All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. I'm just going to go fill up my coffee mug and we will jump into the market. Lots of things shaking and moving today. Couple earnings, couple deals, some interesting price action in commodities. So we're going to discuss it all and settle in for the live day trading session here again. But we'll see if we can start the week off on a positive note, live trading. But let me just go fill up my coffee, guys. All right, so right away we have IREN gapping up on a partnership with Microsoft. So basically, the two companies announced a multi-year deal worth 9.7 billion GPU cloud services contract, one of the largest deals yet in the AI infrastructure sector. Under the 5-year agreement, IREN will supply Microsoft with access to NVIDIA Corp GB300 GPUs, including a 20% prepayment. IWM has also partnered with Dell to purchase GPUs. If we look at Dell, this stock is also seeing some strength in the pre-market. So yet again, another positive session for ticker Dell. Very, very positive, actually. So again, you have the QQQ leading the charge this morning. IWM lagging. SPY also still green, up 0.33% on the session. All right, what else we got going? NASDAQ. We also got IDXX. There are some interesting earnings after the bell, guys. So we'll discuss those. Palantir for one, being after the bell. IDXX gapping up on its earnings report. So basically it went through a nice amount of consolidation. Such a tight bull flag range. Boom. Big gap up. If this can actually hold above this high pivot, you'd have a nice daily chart bull flag breakout pattern. That gives you quite a decent amount of upside. There is a little bit of resistance here, but I would expect that if this can break out, it's likely going to try to sweep this all-time high. IDXX. So we'll continue to watch that one. MongoDB ripping today on the back of some different leadership strange. You got Netflix also seeing some strength. So Netflix might be setting up a bit of a long here. You know, the fact that it held that weekly chart, 50 MA down here, it's bouncing, and obviously Netflix is now heading into a split, guys. So that's a little bit of a potential tailwind in the very short term. So I think a lot of people are going to be buying up Netflix. It's probably going to get bid up into its split so that people get as much shares as possible going into that split. All right. Let's see what else we got going on. CoinShares, Bitcoin, Sterling. Resolute Holdings. Ticker PEN. Not doing too much down there. Holy. DD. Down 57% DD. What the heck happened here? Oh no, my brokerage is acting all weird. AutoZone, CRS, Dicom. Let's look at Biohaven, ticker BHVN. This one might be on watch for a long here, guys. Biohaven gapping up. Another day, another dollar lost. What did you lose on? What did you lose on? Nvidia short never hit 200. Yeah, it's a beast, right? And I mean, the trend is still strong. That's why I've been in and out of Nvidia, you know. That's why I closed mine quick. You know, Nvidia gives you a couple day pullback. It's like, boom, get out. Let's remove all this shit. You know, Nvidia is still holding this channel. It's a beast. It seems like they want to keep Nvidia elevated until its earnings, so that would not surprise me. There are a couple headwinds that we'll discuss. But wow, what happened to this Biohaven? That's what I'm looking at. BHVN. There might be a scalping opportunity here. Yeah, the PR department creating more shareholder values these days. Yeah, and honestly, I mean that's the whole thing, right? Our market is driven by these news headlines. No question about it. So Biohaven, I'm not even seeing the news here. Shares are gapping down. Why are they gapping down this much? I don't even see the news. If anyone can find news on this Biohaven, there must be some sort of news with this gap down. Breaching the lows. Weird. Don't know what the news is. I don't know what the news is. I'm not seeing anything here. Weird. Alibaba under some pressure. CMS Energy under some pressure. DR Horton. Core Mining, ticker CDE. Yeah, that's also under some pressure this morning. Wow. Ticker CDE. Core Mining. Nasty little fall there for CDE. Core Mining shares trading after the company announced it's entered into a definitive agreement to acquire new New Gold. Wow. So acquisition deal for CDE, putting in some near-term liquidity pressures. So again, that's going to be a one-off event. But CDE might be an interesting bouncing opportunity. Let's see what we got here. Weekly chart supports a nice gap down. 1, 2, 3 bar surge down. Very cool. Yeah, look at that. You're gapping over that fib level into this high, second high volume. Interesting. So this candle here was your breakout candle. Highest volume breakout. So what we want to do is map out the low of that high volume. That's a very interesting level. And you're coming right into it. Yeah, Nvidia's a beast, man. Nvidia's a beast. The whole semiconductor complex is just ripping, right? Like Nvidia's rallying here on the back of that IREN partnership um, with Microsoft and Dell. It's all using Nvidia GPUs. So I mean, it seems like this is the thing, right? Companies announce headlines and Nvidia some way, one way or another is just guaranteed to benefit from it. It's not even a direct partnership, but all of these partnership announcements have some sort of indirect way of benefiting Nvidia. It's just how intertwined it is now. But yeah, so I don't mind this CDE. I think there's a long opportunity around 1523, maybe with more sheer weakness around this 1434 area, but we'll keep that on watch. It's not a bad opportunity, basically under pressure just because of some near-term dilution announcing a bit of a acquisition deal. So it's not a bad headline. It's just some near-term liquidity coming out of the stock that some investors didn't price in. So not terrible at all. All right, so that's the top gainers in the NASDAQ. Top losers. Oof, Kimberly Clark. Let's see what's happening with that name. KMB. under immense pressure right now off of its earnings. So Kimberly-Clark is falling pretty sharply here. So shares of Kimberly plunged 16.5% after announced the acquisition of KView. Oh, so also another dilution. So Kimberly-Clark announcing, yes, thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Absolutely. Yeah. So you can see KView. Damn, that was a nice parallel channel that wicked through it, and now you're gapping up into it. So interesting. But KMB definitely, that's an interesting fall. Big dilution event as well. 48.7 billion cash and stock deal valuation. What was Kimberly-Clark's valuation going into this? 39.73. According to the current projections, the merged company is expected to generate about 32 billion in annual net revenue and roughly 7 billion in net adjusted EBITDA. KMB and KView anticipate around 1.9 billion in cost synergies and an additional 500 million in profit from revenue synergies, partially offset by the 300 million investment deal, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. Interesting. There might be a buy here in KMB. It's definitely a big fall. Really, really big fall. The only things that I'm seeing. Alright, so we got that massive pivot low. Where do you want to go? Let's go to the monthly chart with this big gap down. A very, very big gap down, that is. Now, do you want to go to that pivot? Reaching the monthly 200, coming into this little consolidation zone. No monthly gaps, which is decent. Whoops, I need to plug this in. It's a pretty big fall. I'm just looking for some gap fills on the weekly chart. Nothing that I'm seeing, just some major pivot lows and reversal zones. All right, so that's where he broke down, broke out, held, your retest. So you might get a bounce around this $100 level, psychological. The conservative trader will take it sub 97. So I'll keep that on watch. It's a bit of a swing trading potential opportunity as well. This company just reported decent earnings. Interesting. All right, let's keep going through here, guys. Fubo making a nice move. Fubo did report earnings. Amazon to supply OpenAI 30 billion in NVIDIA chips. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Holy moly. Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's ripping, guys. Ripping. You know, I was waiting for this high to short it, and now we're into it. I like it, guys. I like it. Now we can short Amazon. This is beautiful. You know, I was waiting patiently. This is just a scalp short. This pattern can still go higher, but a scalp short is for sure getting interesting. Very cool. Thank you for that news. I did miss it, but that's why we're all here as a collective. We're all scanning the market looking for setups, but I do like Amazon for a short, guys, today. That's a nice gap up. Now it's a little bit more ready. All right, Getty, Gety, getting smoked, guys, getting smoked. Look at that full round trip on Friday, and now it's even gapping down again. That is just a filthy, filthy decline on Getty. Wow. There must be some sort of news on it. Let me take a peek. Shares are trading low after the company announced that it received a notice from the UK's Competition and Markets Authority that it referred the proposed merger with Shutterstock to phase 2 review process. Ooh, let's look at SSTK Shutterstock. So a little bit of a delay, I guess, in the merger. So Getty and Shutterstock. Shutterstock actually has earnings today, surprisingly. So a bit of a bearish headline as well. Gapping down. You have to wonder, is this a gap down so that people can accumulate right ahead of earnings and then they pop it up? Imagine that's the case. That would be pretty interesting. That would be pretty interesting. So again, guys, the backbone of the market, semiconductors running, OpenAI running, mega cap tech running. It's pretty much the theme again today. You have a few pockets of other names. You know, you got crypto right now getting absolutely dusted. Bitcoin looking real filthy. Back below the 200, guys. This is troublesome price action for Bitcoin. Looking like a failed breakout. Now, if this bear flag triggers, I mean, you've got this 90K target on Bitcoin that looks alive and strong. Look at Ethereum. Ethereum is just hanging on by a thread here. This chart pattern looks disgusting right now. You lose this 3680-ish, 3670-ish. I mean, wow. Crypto can fall. Looking real nasty. And part and parcel, guys, look at how strong this dollar is. I mean, you have to think it's going for that daily 200 MA. You have to think that's where it's going. It is just ripping intraday. And this should apply a bit of a headwind for the overall equity markets, but that dollar chart is looking strong. Let's look at gold real quick. Gold is still just chopping around. Gold is technically still holding this key weekly demand bar, but getting very wicky down here. With the dollar strong, you have to think gold's gonna probably go lower here, but still just backing and filling. Anonymous is down TLT. Yeah, you know, yields have been bouncing really since that Fed meeting, and that's kind of what I prefaced ahead of the FOMC. We did that insight through the Bank of Canada, and I said don't be surprised if yields bounce off of the Fed meeting. Again, it's likely just a short-term bounce in yields. That being said, the short-term bounce could be a much bigger counter trend bear market rally. You look at the nice sell side pressure that we've gone on for the last year and a half, and you could easily go back to this 3.74 on the 2-year yield, which would inherently bump up the long end of the curve as well. But I just think this is a counter trend rally back up to maybe this resistance, and then we go lower. So again, markets when they're ripping or falling, they have really sharp counter trend rallies. That's just the nature of the beast. But it does look constructive, like we're trying to form a bit of a premature bull flag here, maybe that inverted head and shoulders. So yields can push up a little bit more. And granted, one of the reasons why yields are pushing up here, guys, obviously there's been more tariff trade line headlines, inflationary pressures. Inflation did uptick, so it's well above that 2% target rate. testing the 3%. So that's a bit of a problem. And remember, the market's still at all-time highs, so that probably keeps a bit of an underlying inflationary bid in the market. So it's sort of interesting, the dynamics. And I think one of the reasons yields are bumping up here is one of the big things that have been kind of also keeping yields down over the last couple months is the labor market data. And for the last month, we haven't been getting any labor market data. So no bearish data to slap yields and the dollar down right now. You know, I'm a firm believer that if we were getting that labor market data, i.e. the initial job loss claims, etc., we would probably be having yields getting hit, at least, you know, with some of those tape bombs, but that's not happening right now. All right, Joby, that's down. HIMS, let's look at HIMS here, HIMS. So HIMS is gapping up here, very close to a technical breakdown on HIMS, guys. This is very, very close. I think this is a short the pop. You know, if you were to come back into this 48.50 zone, I think it's worth an aggressive short. Also a little bit of a counter trend rally. Nice profits, guys. We ended up day trading this data vault on Friday. For those of you that weren't here, or didn't get the alert in the after hours, this stock ended up ripping. I even sold early, but it was a nice 10% swing on our day trade. Look at this move that ended up happening on Friday after hours. And then this was the big gap up today, this morning at 4. I mean, all the way to 259, almost negating that whole entire down move. Pretty extraordinary. So well done trading. I mean, I sold for about a 10% gain from this 196 area to this 217. I mean, damn, do I wish I held? Yeah, that was a 33% move off of our average. But great job taking profits on DataVolt. This is an interesting one, guys, because I think that it's going to get sold into off of the open just with the sheer volume that was here. But then I think it becomes a bit of a buy again. So if this were to come back down to fill its gap, I would consider DVLT again on the long side. So keep that on watch for sure. Absolutely keep that on watch. All right, what else we got going on here? Let's just scroll through this master list. Interesting, we do have Palantir earnings after the bell, guys. PLTR set to report. Looking at this Herbalife is actually acting very, very well off of the lows, trying to rally into its earnings report. Let's look at Quantum real quick. IONQ still showing some signs of life, trying to give us a bit of a higher low here, back above your 7 moving average. I think this is again a momentum long, as long as you stay above that 7. So, which is sitting at 60.47 right now. Let's look at QBTS. QBTS also looking pretty constructive, going for a 7 and 20 bullish crossover. IREN, guys, is probably going to rip higher today. This one, again, has a lot of momentum. You can see the deal between IREN and Microsoft ripping this stock. It has broken out of an inverted head and shoulders. And what's so crazy, guys, is this is happening right ahead of its earnings report later on in the week. So Thursday it's set to report earnings, but this daily chart bullish breakout, if it holds, can send IREN up to this 84. So imagine you hold these gains off of this news report, and then imagine you actually gap up on earnings. Again, I'm no longer short. We took profits on our full position, IREN, so we can erase all of those levels. But this is one that's probably going to keep running here. Basically into its earnings. I suspect it's going to hold most of its gains right now. It's a very, very positive news headline. You look at Cypher as well, ticker CIFR. This one is gapping up on its earnings and kind of also running in sympathy. So you can see Cypher new 52-week highs. Let's look at Wolf. So these AI high crypto computing stocks are absolutely ripping. Ripping. Now, not everything is created equal right now, guys. You do have certain aspects of the market under pressure. It's kind of your similar tech stocks that have been running throughout the rest of the year are ripping. There is a little bit of weakness in your Russell 2000. I'm seeing a little bit of weakness in banking today. So material sector slightly down, financials are slightly down, energy slightly down, industrial slightly down, staples are down, real estate down, utilities down, healthcare down. It's really your consumer discretionary and tech XLK that are strong, guys, and XLC. Everything else is actually going through a little bit of sell side pressure, so just keep that in mind. Underneath the hood of the market, there is certainly some distribution happening this morning. But again, tech can hold the market up for quite a long time. All right, what else we got going on? Let me look at some of the unusual volume on the NYSE. So we touched base on Ken K-View, RHLD, Resolute Holdings. Holy shit, up 80% there. That's insane. Biohaven we touched base on. I don't know why Biohaven is running so much or falling so much. When I did the news check about 15 minutes ago, I didn't really see anything, but this is falling pretty sharply, and there has to be some sort of news. I'm not too sure. You can see it's bounced. It made a low all the way down here around this 1150 area. It's bounced pretty sharply off of the lows already. Impressive. Just getting things situated here. Microsoft is down right now in the pre-market slightly. Apple's down. Tesla's slightly negative. Meta ripping. Nvidia ripping. Amazon ripping. Google up 0.47%. All right, what else we got going on here? I'm just gonna switch everything to my hotspot. Let's go. Most trades. Because there's been a lot of talk about Oracle lately. Um, I've seen a couple FinTwit posts regarding Oracle's default credit swaps exploding, which is kind of the bond market signaling an Oracle default on its debt. I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, if there's any sort of a default in Oracle's short-term debt, it'll be refinanced. Someone will come and bail this company out. Oracle's not going anywhere. I think that this is setting up this interesting head and shoulders short formation, which has triggered, but remember, you haven't confirmed it. So they could be getting people all bared up before they pop this puppy back up to the high side. But obviously, this is a massive gap fill that I think should be filled. But my opinion in the market really doesn't count as to where Oracle wants to go. So we'll see what happens here. But Oracle, whether it defaults or not, it's going to survive. It ain't going anywhere. So just as a heads up. Just as a heads up, it's not going anywhere. All right. I'm just getting my final, just opening everything up here, guys. Let's look at where we are on SPY. SPY is still trading inside of these initial hard sell-offs. You're still holding above that 7 MA, so that's a technically bullish sign on the daily chart. And the daily trend, guys, on the S&P 500 is still alive and strong. We have not broken technical structure. We're still forming higher highs, higher lows. So the market is holding up A-OK right now, guys. A-OK. And you can see this gap up today is yet again setting us up for a potential charge to new all-time highs in the market. So we still have this upside 692.30-ish area, guys. Don't be surprised. Why aren't you connecting? Aren't you connecting? You look at kind of what is transpiring here on your S&P 500. Once again, your S&P is trying to break out. It's a hard gap up after a monster sell, but SPY is trying to break out here. Naturally, guys, there's going to be a little bit of a short trade once the market gaps up into the zone. You can see the 686 area is probably a short on SPY. I would let it pierce this down sloping trend line, scalp short, and then the market is probably going to press here. You know, that would not surprise me. You got this major gap up here that it wants, but I would naturally think there's going to be off of this gap up. There's going to be definitely some resistance in the 686 zone, guys. That would not shock me at all. Okay. As to how deep of a pullback are we going to get, I don't really know yet. But the market has potentially triggered a... Look at this inverted head and shoulders right now, guys. Let me just clear up some of these moving averages. Why are you not pairing to my headphones? Bullshit headphones. There we go. My AirPods are having difficulties. Gotta switch to my Beats here. All right, so again, the market has triggered this S&P, guys. A nice inverted head and shoulders off of a gap up. If we simply measure this move, take a look at this move to the upside, guys, gives us a move to 690-ish. On SPY, that's exactly with what Sarfaraz's target is saying. So bull TP. But that being said, I think there is a short scalp here. 686, I'm going to look to scalp some puts, okay, on this S&P 500 market. I don't want anything under 686. Even then, it's risky because that gap fill up there is like a magnet. All right, I'm just going to fill up my coffee mug, guys. Let's go split screen. So SPY short above 686 looks intriguing. I might just buy in the money puts. I haven't quite decided, depending on what they open up at, will dictate what I'm going in with. But I'm looking at BYND down 14% from its pre-market high after announcing earnings rescheduled to November. Hello, well, that fucking stock is disgusting. BYND. Fucking kill it. Kill it. Send it into the grave, man. Send it into the grave. Fucking fake meat. BYND. And I also have Amazon as a short scalp, guys. Watch. Alright. Alright, I'm just going to fill up my coffee mug, and then we'll jump in, guys. We will jump in. Just give me a sec. Start for saying 690 with government opening news. Yeah, that's a potential. That is a potential, guys. There's supposed to be a potential around 3 o'clock today. Maybe some news around government opening. It's going to be tough to say. But Trump could try to push through a filibuster. We'll see if that occurs or not. It's a long shot, but the market has actually thoroughly enjoyed, I guess, the government being closed. Hasn't had to worry about any ridiculous tape bombs. All right, guys, wake yourself up. We got the markets, casinos opening. Slapping all my meridians. Getting the body shocked here. All right, so we got Amazon ripping, Nvidia ripping, Apple slightly flat to negative, Google up 0.4, Meta up 1.21, acting quite well, and Tesla looking a little bit weaker in the market. Nat Gas has had a stellar breakout. Crypto's under pressure. Let's see what action we have today. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I want to watch. All right, we got that. I'm hoping that Data Vault comes in hard, guys. I'm really hoping Data Vault comes in hard off the open. I'm hoping IREN gets sold into off the open for a little bit of a dip buying opportunity. All right. But SPY above 686 intrigues me for a short, guys. SPY above 686 intrigues me definitely. If anyone didn't know, my soccer team, Arsenal, is top of the English Premier League beautifully. Just ripping teams apart. All right, guys, markets are open here. Here we go. Come on, SPY's into a little bit of this initial resistance trend line. You can see it's seeing a little bit of minor sell side pressure off that zone. Oh, Amazon push up to that OpenAI spike high. I'd love to. So this was its earnings high spike here, Amazon. Can see SPY has a little bit. Amazon, Apple looking nasty, bearish, bearish, bearish. MicroStrategy down. First Solar still green. Datavolt up 13%. Anyone that swung Datavolt, you are in the driver's seat. I would recommend at least trimming some profits on DVLT, but you are in the driver's seat with that trade from Friday. Western Digital strong. China stocks are weak, guys. There's still a bit of selling happening under the hood of this market. SPY sold, selling off a little bit here. Nvidia still ripping. Google coming in. Google, Apple, Tesla all negative. JP Morgan negative. Gold still up 0.2%. Come on, Amazon. Amazon, I like it at this OpenAI high spike, guys. I'm going to look to fade Amazon. Come on, give me a nice little short scalp. This is a short scalp. Nvidia up over 3% and ripping. Ethereum still sucking on the session. Nasty, nasty day for ETH. Nasty, nasty day. Micron still ripping. DraftKings ripping. VST acting well. Apple's catching a fat bid. Nvidia still holding structure here. IWM is getting sold into, guys. The Russell 2000 is falling down 0.46% at the lows of the session. Your IWM is tanking here. Absolutely tanking. Wow. Evatol stocks are under some pressure. Datavolt is coming in hot and heavy. DVLT coming in. Kview still strong. Cypher still strong. IREN up 18%. Bitfarms up 8.4. Fubo's green. QURE down 60%. Holy moly. What are you doing here? You're still holding 2,500. Nice job, Sarp. Nice job. I would be taking profits. Again, it's coming into that level that I sold at in the pre-market or in the after hours on Friday. But look at this QURE gap down. Holy moly. That's crazy. Down 60%. Hello. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, yeah, that's right. SPY still coming in, guys. Let's look at a couple other things here. PGR. What is happening to PGR? Wow, man, these insurance stocks just keep getting wrecked. PGR, another down day, down week. Holy moly, look at this name, just filthy decline. There's a bit of a scalp here, guys. Long, but wow, quite scary. You're into a big weekly chart gap fill on PGR. This is an institutional stock, so they should try to defend it a little bit. Amazon's still ripping. Do I want to take an entry here on PGR? All right, guys, I think I'm going to take some upside calls on PGR. Today it's getting absolutely smoked. Down another 1.23%. Putting in a nasty, nasty, nasty pattern here. Interesting. Getting extremely oversold here. PGR 205 calls. That would be back to prior day. I'm gonna let them settle out, but I'm looking at 205 calls, guys, in PGR. Your S&P still coming in. Apple's coming in. Datavolt coming in hard. Looking at your S&P, that's coming in. Datavolt, guys, is giving up its whole entire move. This is exactly what I want to see. SPY's still coming in. SPY getting rejected off that trend line. Your Russell's still heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Look at DVLT, guys. Basically underneath that area that I sold. This is why I said you might want to secure profits on DVLT because you're still inside of that hard range. Now this is getting a little bit more interesting for a long. Apple's melting, guys. Apple's melting. Your S&P back below that 10-minute inverted head and shoulders neckline. I might go for a scalp here on Datavolt, guys. Come on, fill that gap. Fill that gap, guys. If we can get back into DVLT with this around the same average, I would be a happy camper. Come on, DVLT. Look at Mr. Amazon coming into that OpenAI high spike, guys. I'm going to look at some put options on Amazon. This is just a scalp short. I'd close it over 1 to 2 days, preferably today. But come on, Amazon. Hit that OpenAI high spike and we will take a half position short. I'm going to look at the, what are we at, 258 right now. Your previous high was 255-ish. 250, 250s, they're pretty cheap. 255s, I'll probably take 255 puts on Amazon, guys. Look at DVLT, guys, coming in hard. Hard, hard, hard. I like it. I absolutely like it. All right, guys, it looks like they're going to want to overshoot Datavolt into this gap. Be ready. I'm going to look at accumulating a position again. I want to see this gap overshot. As soon as we hit that $2, guys, level, I'm going to start taking a half position in Datavolt. I'm going to go in with 2,500 shares again. And then if need be, I'm going to add to the position. So I want to see us overshoot that gap. Preferably $2 is my first level. And then we can accumulate a little bit lower than that. Your S&P 500 still looking pretty heavy here. Come on, DVLT, go. Fill that gap. Fill that gap. Amazon still off of that key zone. Apple getting absolutely slammed. Look how bearish Apple's looking right now. Nvidia still holding some structure at the highs, but seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. You got that S&P 500 continuously seeing some sell side pressure. I do think they're going to try to bounce this market, but how much selling do they want to go? Apple just getting smoked. Tesla's green on the session, guys. IWM getting smoked as well. Amazon still 5.2. Your Dow components went negative. Gold's looking heavy here. Dollar's still strong. Nat gas up 1. Crude just slightly green. Wow, look at that Russell 2000 back down to the lows of the session. Pretty incredible price action. Apple's just getting smoked, guys. Apple's falling precipitously here, taking the S&P 500 and Dow component stocks with it. This is looking real filthy. Damn, I really thought that 686 was going to be pierced, guys. What a short there on the S&P. Damn, man. That's crazy. Come on, Datavolt. A little bit more. A little bit more. Yeah, Tesla skyrocketing. Consumer discretionary is strong, guys. I touch base on consumer discretionary in my weekly sector review in some full detail. So it's fucking bullish, guys. It is bullish. Amazon's still holding some technical resiliency. DraftKings strong. Oklo coming in. Micron, Western Digital went negative. Baba is still down 1.93. Duolingo strong. Certain energy components are acting well. Come on, Datavolt. SPY's still heavy here, guys. S&P is still remarkably heavy here. Just absolutely ripping to the downside. Apple getting faded. Meta getting faded from the highs, but still up 1%. Look at your SPY coming in, guys. Datavolt coming in, guys. We might have a long trade here on Datavolt. Oh, Amazon, why don't you hit that OpenAI high spike? Look at this fall on your S&P, guys. Free falling, and I'm free. Datavolt's coming in, guys. This market's nasty right now. A nasty Monday morning gap and crack. Oof. Talk about, selling into this market off of the open. This is getting real filthy. Come on, DBLT. Give me a little bit lower. Meta's still strong. Amazon's still acting well. Nvidia acting well. Russell 2000, new low of day, almost down 0.9%. Apple's down 1%. Google just went negative. Tesla's still strong. Financials are mixed. Still seeing quite a bit of profit taking crypto and Ethereum. So Bitcoin is down 2.5. ETH is down even more. We're still coming in. Let's look at these IREN. That's still acting quite well. Cypher. That's still coming in. Wow. Nasty little sell side day in the market so far. Can you believe we're still positive in the S&P, but things are coming in hot and heavy. Quantum names are under quite a bit of pressure. Wells Fargo still green. Datavolt still watching DVLT, guys. Nvidia trying to make another push to the highs. So this is some 10-minute chart support on SPY. Come on, go negative, Datavolt. You know you want to. You know you want to. Amazon still ripping. Wow, a lot of selling, guys, under the hood of this market. A lot of sectors are down. Coinbase getting wrecked. Caterpillar down 1%. Home builders are getting wrecked, guys. Wow, there's quite a bit of selling, guys. A lot of red when you scroll through the S&P. Again, they're disguising some of the selling through your semiconductors, Meta, Amazon. So you're continuously seeing quite a bit of strength in the certain few of the stock market. Very few. That's crazy. Archer Aviation down 3%. ENVX. Lots of red. UPS down a couple. Wow. SMR down 3. Interesting. Oh, they're bouncing Datavolt. Are you serious? Are you serious? Meta's starting to come in now too, guys. META. Amazon still on watch for a short setup, guys. Amazon is still trying to hold some structure at the highs here. Cabin saying Rigetti, Cantor Fitzgerald, Troy Jensen reiterates $18 price target for Rigetti, citing the company is still 4 years from the point where quantum computers can solve practical problems. Yeah, definitely a bubble in these quantum names. Their valuations are still stretched, but that being said, this market pushes stocks higher and farther than one can even think. Crazy. Crazy. This market is selling hard, guys. If Nvidia starts to crack here, we are going to see some nasty, nasty price action. Data volts coming in, guys. Look at that full on reversal. Nastiness. There's a lot of red, guys. It's a sea of red out there, minus a handful of semiconductors. Some utilities are acting well. Oklo down 3.66%. Micron's reversing from the highs. DraftKings green. Vistra's holding steady. Lulu down 1.5. Snapchat's green. PayPal's green. GDX down 1%. Ethereum almost down 5%. Chipotle's trying to catch a bit of a bid off of the lows. Oh, Datavolt, what are you doing to me, Datavolt? You dog. Alright, I'll watch Datavolt on my other screen here, guys. Amazon is coming into that short level. Go, Amazon, go. Go, go, go. I'm looking at 255 puts, guys. End of week, 255 puts on Amazon. Go, go, go. Amazon's about to do a nice retrace of that 10-minute topping tail. Give it to me. Give it to me like what? Good morning, Ram. Well, you have a few positive headlines around OpenAI, more NVIDIA GPUs, so that's continuously showing. Fubo's gapped and cracked, guys. That's a nasty little decline on Fubo. Fubo was green in the pre-market. Seeing some harsh declines right now. Wow. Walmart's down. Regional banks are getting slapped down 1%. Silver's still green. Steel stocks under some pressure. Copper under some pressure. Uber green. Micron still green. Datadog still green. Baba under pressure. American Eagle green. Space stocks. ASTS down 3.7. Rocket Labs down 1. Look at that full-on gap and crack on Fubo. Wow, that is filthy. How's Disney doing? DIS. Apple is just getting wrecked here, guys. Down 1.25% on Apple. Meta is starting to sell in too. This market is in trouble, guys. I'm tempted to take Amazon puts right now. Come on, sweep that high. I'm being patient. I'm being patient. Please reward me. Again, 255 puts on Amazon look poised to print. Look at this bearish move on Apple, guys. Holy moly. What a freaking move down. That is just filthy. That is hard selling hitting the S&P 500. Your IWM's trying to bounce though, guys, so we might get this short setup on the Russell. So now it looks like there's a bit of a failed breakout here on the S&P, guys. So this inverted head and shoulders that gave us that upside target of 690 has kind of failed in the near term here. So the pattern can still play out because this was a gap up and it's getting faded. We can still play out to the upside. I think as long as we hold above this gap. If we start to lose this gap, then we're going to sell off down to this gap fill, this 677. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that. Wow, what a bounce in Datavolt. Up 8.37% again. That is filthy. IWM's trying to stabilize. Still got KView up 16. Cypher up 26%. Iron up 18.35. Holy moly. Look at these stocks just ripping. Cypher. Rigetti getting slapped around today. That's down 5%. Oh yeah, how's CDE, guys? CDE, big gap down, getting a little bit of a buy program off of these lows. Yeah, that one swept that weekly liquidity, coming right into, actually it bounced right off that weekly liquidity. That was a nice area for CDE. If it retests that today, we can look for a long. But right into that 1517-ish, 1520-ish. Yeah, MongoBD gapped up as well. What's this CUR? CR CURR. What is that? Cur? I don't even know what this company does, but it is a nasty price action day for Cur. Holy moly. Apple's still selling. Now you got Nvidia has some top wicks, but Nvidia's trying to hold above its prior day high. Wow. Open door, slightly negative. Amazon still holding structure. Apple's just getting wrecked, guys. Absolutely wrecked. What is this FPHIO? FIO. Still continuing to hold some structure. There's absolutely no love for Apple down here. You have to think Apple is going to get a bounce, but it's already down 1.38%. Wow. Apple's just getting smoked. All right, Meta's trying to bounce here. The Russell's trying to bounce. Your dollar just printed a new high of day. VIX is still negative, guys. Bitcoin's still negative. IWM down half. QQQ still up 0.68. SPY up 0.17. Google slightly negative. Meta up 1. Tesla's ripping on the session. Look at that Apple sell. That is filthy. Nvidia, guys, now starting to see some selling on Nvidia. Keep your wits about you. Nvidia is trying to sell. Nvidia is trying to sell. Go, 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 go. Wow, Tesla's full bull right now. Tesla is full bull. Wow. Looking at Nvidia here, guys, starting to see. Wow, look at ENVX, guys. That's breaking to the high of the day, diverging from the market. This is also on watch for a long, guys. ENVX, it's broken above its prior day high, breaking out of a bit of a bullish rounding formation intraday. This one could squeeze to the upside. As long as it holds above that prior day, ENVX is looking like a bit of a momentum trade this morning. It's trying to break out intraday, so I think that you can long it above this prior day high. Just as a pure momentum trade, it's showing some resiliency. Even though the market is falling, it is showing some strength. Some definite strength right now. SPY's still heavy though, that's the only concern. Wow, Amazon now coming in. Those 255 puts would have printed already. Wow. I'm tempted to long this ENVX, but the only concern is the market. What are we at? What's this upside level? 1250 calls end of the week are about $1. That's an easy move for ENVX up 3.66%. That could easily happen. All right, I'm going to take a stab on this ENVX, guys, long. I am going to take a stab on the long side of ENVX, okay? Yeah, Tesla's moonshotting for sure. Buys heavy though, guys. Meta's acting well, Nvidia's bouncing, your Russell's trying to stabilize, Google back to the green side and ripping. So now you have some more positive structure entering the market. Google's seeing some nice buy side pressure, really strong buy side pressure. SPY's trying to stabilize here. Come on. IWM seeing more sell side pressure. Amazon coming in from the highs. So mega cap tech liquidity is just rotating around here. Just seems to be rotating. Where did my opening range go? Still acting well. Your dollar index is starting to come in, guys. DXY seeing some sell side pressure off of its pre-market high, just kissing the $100 level. Amazon still selling. AMD's gone negative. Still got quite a bit of red on the screen. SPY's continuously coming in here, guys. Data Vault still seeing a touch of selling, but big moves on DVLT. IWM still down 0.56. Bitcoin still down 2.3. QQQ up 0.57. Your SPY is almost negative, guys. Your S&P is almost negative. Doing the good old-fashioned gap and crack here on a Monday. Microsoft still up 0.94, Nvidia up 2.6, Apple down 1.15, Tesla up 3%. Tesla went from underperforming in the pre-market to one of the strongest mag names there is in the market right now. Let's see what happens here. We got LiDAR stocks still under quite a bit of pressure. Amazon still curling to the downside. Gold is making a nice move up off of the lows, up 0.5%. Nat gas has been faded from the highs, still up 0.5%. Crude oil right now is up 0.33%, trying to make a push intraday. Let's see what happens here. Still quite a bit of red on the screen, guys. But some names are trying to hold some value. Google's wicking around. Snapchat having a decent day today. Nvidia is still holding up 2.6. Nvidia is flirting with its prior day high, guys. So again, Nvidia is going to be the key right now. Nvidia and Amazon still holding steady. MongoDB still up 3.3%, pulling back from the highs. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of IWM now, guys, is trying to find a little bit of support. So a little bit of a divergence between the S&P and IWM. IWM had that fast hard sell in the morning. Now it's bouncing while the S&P is still looking heavy. They're kind of diverging. Capital is seemingly rotating a little bit into your Russell 2000 here. Your dollar index is fading slightly, guys. So DXY is coming in from the highs. That typically is beneficial for the market. Amazon's still testing that 255. Anyone that took Amazon puts, you are printing. Oh, I was splitting hairs there. I was waiting for that OpenAI high spike, and damn, 255 puts already kissed in the money there. That is crazy. Damn, should have. Now I'm FOMOing on Amazon. Come on. Damn, Amazon. You kill me, Amazon. You kill me. Quantum stocks are still down sharply, 5% pretty much across the board. Databolt's still up 5.91%. Fubo got absolutely slaughtered, guys, down 10%. Huge, huge trading range. Cypher up 33. Wow. Iron still up 20, holding extreme value. Rigetti down 6.5. TeraWolf is up 3.1. That's kind of lagging the complex though. Tesla's still acting very firmly, while this S&P is coming lower. Thank you, Ram. Yep. Um, we discussed that 38 billion cloud computing deal with OpenAI earlier this morning, but I appreciate that, reaffirming the headline. A lot of headlines. More OpenAI, more cloud computing, more NVIDIA GPUs, deals with IREN, Dell. Yeah, TDoc is just a dead stock, guys. You know, it tries and then it gets slapped. It tries and then it gets slapped. And honestly, I mean, TDoc's more of that speculative long. It's still got kind of that dog shit fundamentals. It's a very competitive space that it's in. And I'm just thinking, what was that? I remember back in that 2020, 2021 craze, the bubble phase of COVID, Teladoc was one of the strongest stocks. And there was this company, I'm just trying to think of the company that it invested in. I literally was cracking so many jokes about it, but Teladoc paid more for this company that it bought out. What was the company back then? It's escaping my mind, the name of it. But anyways, Teladoc paid more for the company at the time in 2021, 2022 acquisition than what its entire market cap is right now. So just some bad investing by Teladoc, guys. Like, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this one. Yeah, most people who kept Teladoc, right, just keeps getting liquidated. I mean, full bubble. What was that Let me look at this name because it's gonna bother me. Teladoc, Teladoc acquisition. Oh, that wasn't it. Livongo. Livongo, that's what it was. So in 2020, Teladoc acquired 8 Livongo Health for 18.5 billion in 2020. 18.5 billion. Let's see what Teladoc's market cap is now. 1.41 billion, guys. Talk about, a 90% loss on their investment is just filthy. That will never make me want to hold Teladoc for such a long time, guys. An 18.5 billion they bought Livongo Health for. Livongo Health is laughing the owners, and now Teladoc is worth 1.5 billion. Like, talk about a malinvestment that blew up in your face. We're not even talking about like losing a couple. You lost pretty much 95% on that one investment deal. Like, just filthy, filthy. Makes me sick. Makes me sick. Livongo Health. Gosh, I remember that. 18.5 billion for Livongo Health. That just shows you how speculative we were. Just downright dirty. All right, your S&P 500 guys did dip briefly negative there, filled the downside gap. Let's see if we can get a buy program off of that gap. You've had a nice 40 minutes of selling. Honestly, they should have. They should have. They really should have. Maybe key insiders did, but I don't even know if that's illegal. Can a CEO short their own stock? Let's look at that. Can like Jensen Huang short his stock? I wonder. They probably can, right? No, maybe they can't. A CEO technically can short their own stock, but it's extremely rare and fraught with legal, ethical, and reputational risks. Not illegal per se, but heavily scrutinized under the SEC Rule 10.5b, which prohibits trading on material public information. Okay. Yes, they can. NUAI freaking you out? Let's take a peek at NUAI. I know you've been all over that. That one's had a stellar move, Sarf. Stellar move. I mean, look at this move today. Yeah, keep holding, man. This could squeeze this. They could want to pump this one to $10, Sarf. Obviously, there's going to be huge swings along the way, but it could go to 10 just with the pure momentum. You know, I know you were long. I think you bought down here, right, off this sub $4 area, so you're almost at a full-on double. So what I would do is off of these big moves, trim a little bit. Make sure you're securing some profits along the way, but they could push NUAI to 10, guys. Not saying it's going to happen today or this week. You know, like I said, this is going to have some really sharp up and down moves, but it's got momentum. And it's got a lot of retail attention, and it's a low priced equity. $7. I mean, that's fucking nothing for a share these days. All right, Data Vault guys, coming in hard. I'm still interested at picking up some DVLT commons. Going back to the cookie jar. Sticking my hand in the cookie jar twice. Give me some milk with these cookies. Take some chocolate chips, oatmeal raisins, all of the above. All right, let's see what happens here. S&P 500, are you going to really turn sour today? The IWM is now seeing quite a bit more selling, guys. Your Russell 2000 is taking another leg lower. Fubo down 12%. Yikes. Amazon still under 255, coming in hot and heavy. Boeing having a decent day, Vistra having a decent day, Micron still strong. S&P still looking heavy, guys. Still looking very heavy. And see some selling, guys. This is where SPY could start to melt. Melt, melt, melt. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? We've lost the volume shelf. On SPY, you will have some, you're actually holding a value area low on SPY. So this is technically a buyable level with a tight stop loss, guys. This is technically a buyable zone on SPY. Keep your stops tight. If you're wanting to take SPY long here, I think you could get a bounce back to 683.52. So it's not a bad zone, guys. I'm actually going to take some SPY calls with a tight stop. I'm going to take the 683s. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to take 683 0 DTEs, guys, on SPY here. Just took a fill at $1. I'm going to give it a 20% stop loss. My stop loss is 80 cents. So I'm in at $1, guys, on SPY. $1. 10 contracts at $1. Stop loss is 80 cents. The only problem I see is Nvidia is selling off pretty sharply right now. Google as well, seeing some selling. Dollar had a pretty big tumble there. Come on, give me a nice little bounce. We've done a nice sweep of the gap, testing this low pivot, value area low. Come on, give me a little bit of a bounce here. Nice little bounce. Come on. Nice little bounce here. All right, I'll trim half of my contracts right around that 683. Maybe just a penny before. If we bounce there, already up 12%. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. Bounce, 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 bounce. ENVX trying to stabilize. Let's go SPY. Let's go SPY. Give me a little bit of a bounce. Liquidity bounce. Here we go. Nice bounce on SPY. This is what I'm talking about. TP1. Come on. We're almost at TP1 already. Come on. That bounce took us up 30% there, guys. Come on. Give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. Keep a break-even stop loss, guys, at $1. Break-even stop loss at $1 on SPY. Trade is risk-free. That's a hard stop at $1. We're up 24% right now. Come on. Come on. TP1's coming into play. I'll trim half. Come on. Give me a little bit more. Tap that EMA on the 1-minute chart, guys. That is kind of the trim level, right into that 1-minute EMA 113. Look at that. We pretty much picked the low of that SPY candle. That was a brilliant little scalp. Brilliant. Come on, come on. Go, 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 SPY. A little bit more, a little bit more. You got some momentum. At least tap that EMA, guys. That is TP1. Come on. SPY's almost there. 32%. Let's go, let's go. A tap of that EMA, guys, is profit target 1. I look to trim half of my cons. Right now, the trade is risk-free as I have a break even. We are in the driver's seat. That level worked out instantly. Come on, SPY, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Don't fall on me. You got more in you. Nvidia acting well and Amazon perking up. So this market should see a little bit of buy side. Come on. SPY still holding technical structure. It's green. Stop loss at $1.10, guys. I'm going to lock in 10%, moving up my stop loss to in the money. So I'm locking in $100 no matter what. On my 10 contracts, 10% gain no matter what. On these 683 SPY calls. So we are locking in profit no matter what happens here. But still looking to trim half of the contracts just before the 683 area, kind of into this EMA 113. Come on, we're pushing up 28%. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, you got more in you, SPY. Google pressing, Nvidia pressing, Amazon back above 256. Go, SPY, go. Here we go, guys. Come on. Give me that impulse breakout candle. Here it is. Here it is. Come on. Profit secured, locked in 41% gain there. Profit secured, sold half. Sold half, 41% gain. Thank you very much. Beautiful little trade there, guys. 41% gain. I'm going to put my stop loss now at $1.20, guys. $1.20 stop loss on the rest of my contracts. Beautiful gain, guys. That's the first little trade of the session. Acting very, very well. I like it. Thank you, Ram. Thank you, thank you. Right off that value area low, sweep of the gap into a previous little bounce zone here. Nice little scalp there. All right, now we have runners with the break-even stop loss at $1.20. IWM selling off hard though, so guys, just be careful. Amazon still printing to the high side. Google's still trying to firm up here. Come on, give me a little bit higher. Take me to that volume shelf. 683.52 is the next zone to trim, guys. So we hit that TP1 already. So 683.50 is the next area I would sell the rest of those contracts. But again, $1.20 hard stop, protecting my profits. Then stopped me out on my runners, locking in another 20% gain there. My runners got stopped out on SPY. Now we probably can go lower, guys. Just a heads up. This market is in a little bit of a bearish trend. We just caught a little bit of an initial counter trend rally. I would not be shocked to see this market flush now. Don't buy that level again. Do not buy that level. Again, market is in trouble. Could be starting to flush lower. Your Russell's breaking down. So that was a nice little $300 gain for me. Nothing too small, but you know, 300 bucks in a very quick bounce. I'll take that every day. Just a nice little scalp to make that money there. Next level on SPY. Really, the next bounce level that I have is prior day low, guys. PDL. SPY's looking like a flat short right now. Amazon could also be a short. Russell's looking like a bit of an H pattern bear flag on your 10-minute chart. Russell 2000 is going for a new low of day, coming into its prior day low already. So your Russell's starting to come in pretty sharply right now. Things are looking pretty filthy across the market as we speak. Nvidia still getting rejected off of its prior day high. Google's about to go negative on the session. SPY's again to the dark side, negative. Look at this Russell chart. This Russell chart's not looking pretty, guys. Sitting right on a major area, major trend line. You lose this trend line and, ooh, we're gonna flush. I gotta go to the 4-hour chart to see where we want to flush to. Again, this is a big area for your IWM. You lose this and Wow. Wow. Yeah, guys, you lose this area and we could be going down to gap fill on the Russell. Yeah, 238 gap. Not today, but this week could be setting up for a very bearish breakdown on the IWM. Tempted to swing some puts now on the Russell. I want to see how we settle out, but we could have a nice 2.5% down move on the IWM. That would not shock me at all. Let's just see something here. So this was your breakout neckline. Yeah, this Russell could flush today, guys. Wow. You got a gap fill down here. So it looks like they want to take the Russell today, probably down to this gap fill around 243.30-ish. That could happen, guys. IWM looks like a short. Looks like a flat short. Apple's getting a nice bounce, though. Wow, that's crazy. Lots of red on the screen. Oklo down 6%. Baba down 2. Snapchat's gone negative. Drone stocks are taking on the chin right now. Wow. ONDS, guys, finally breaking $6 here on Ondas. This stock has been one of the stronger stocks in the market. Pretty incredible. Nasty. Google still holding technical resiliency. Whoops. IWM cracking 244 right now. Not looking good. SPY might be a short down to PDL. I'm thinking about also getting into some 680 puts on SPY now. Wow, look at this Russell, guys. That is just getting filthy with it. Filthy. Scratch that, guys. eVTOL stocks are coming in. Google still trying to press here, guys. IWM still getting liquidated fully. Archer Aviation's sweeping. Archer's coming into the daily chart 50 MA. Pretty incredible. IWM sweeping that prior day low, trying to get a little bit of a bid here on the Russell. Wow, Archer hard. So Google acting extremely well, bouncing sharply. Nat gas pushing right back up. LiDAR stocks, quantum stocks, eVTOL stocks. I mean, look at this selling in Archer, guys. Archer's now coming into the 50-day MA. There might be a scalp long here on Archer. Coming into a nice volume shelf. It's already tagging the 50-day MA. I'm looking at that on my other screen here. Nvidia pushing right back up. Apple trying to bounce, still down 0.65. Tesla still holding steady. VIX is now turned green, guys. SPY looks like it could go down to prior day low, guys. You know, they're keeping things pretty elevated right now through your mag names, but when you look at RSP, guys, under the hood, we are at the lows of the session and drilling. Look at RSP down 1% and SPY is barely negative. That is a huge divergence, guys. Massive. You know, you have to think there's these massive gap fills in such close proximity on RSP. You got this big impulse green candle gap, and then you got this bearish gap down here. Wow. They are looking like they're going to drill this market. Again, Nvidia is holding things from completely losing steam. Look at Amazon, potential daily chart topping tail coming in. Meta right now, that's getting liquidated and sold into, almost revisiting the lows. Google still holding quite steady. SPY just made new lows, guys. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. Come on, SPY. Come on, SPY. Google still holding some resiliency here, guys. Quite amazing to see Google not really dumping with your S&P 500. Amazon still holding some structure. A lot of selling is happening under the hood of this market. Look at the IWM melt here, guys. Absolutely melting. Come on. Look at them. The Russell, with the selling that's seeing today, you just filled that gap like a hot knife through butter, piercing through it. I mean, the Russell could be trying to backtest this previous little breakout zone. You know, maybe it's here. You could potentially want to hit that area. I need to draw a channel since this range is really, really weird. All right, so that's kind of the area that I'm watching on the IWM, guys, hourly chart. Right in this vicinity. So call it 250, pierce of 242 to 241.40-ish. Come on, SPY. Test that prior day low. So members, we are coming into the live trading alert that I sent out into the group, the 680 SPY puts. I'm looking at trimming half of my contracts right into that 680 euro area, and then we'll move stop loss to break even. So TP1 on the 680 SPY puts that I just sent out a few minutes ago are coming in. So that's a nice hard drop on those put options already on SPY. I like to see that. We are coming into profit target one, guys. We entered at $1.90. They're already trading at 260. Those are the 680s for tomorrow that I just sent out that alert. So that's coming in pretty sharply right now. Again, I'm going to look to trim half right into that 680 level. Come on. We're pushing up 40% here. Come on. Come on. Give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. You got more in you, SPY. You've got more in you. IWM getting fully liquidated here. Google's still holding really resilient structure. Your dollar is bouncing sharply here. Your VIX is trying to catch that bid. Look at that Dixie 10-minute candle. That is a filthy, filthy bounce. Come on. Look at the VIX, guys. VIX is looking like it wants a new high of day. Here we go, guys. TP1 is coming up on SPY, guys. TP1 is coming up on SPY. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Don't bounce it here. Give me a nice hard flush. Hard flush it. Come on, SPY. You know you want more. Amazon's still holding. Apple's seeing some selling. Nvidia has barely sold off, guys. That is still holding right at that 207.97 prior day high. Like a champ. Holy moly. Come on, SPY. A little bit more. A little bit more. Just a hard dump into that area. Hard dump. Come on. Look at that VIX, guys. That VIX is climbing fast. Hard and fast. Come on, test that 680. Come on. You're almost there. You're almost there. What the hell? Stupid ass fucking alert. All right, members, that is close enough for a trim on SPY. 680 hitting, 680 puts in the money. I'm trimming half there, guys. Trimming half. 2.71. I trimmed half of my 680 SPY puts that I sent out. Moving stop loss to break even. Those contracts are for tomorrow. So good job locking in those profits. Again, half the contracts secured. I still think we can go lower, but we took some profits. That's a prudent thing to do. 680 SPY puts in the money for tomorrow. Nicely done. So that was a nice 43% gain. 43% gain. Again, that was the member alert that I sent out to the live trading alert, live trading group. Look at that VIX, guys. That is just ripping. Stop loss at break even. If you want to put it in the money, that's up to you. But stop loss at break even. Boom. That's some nice trades on SPY this morning. And we got some runners in place in case they want to drop SPY even lower. You know, SPY right now could head all the way down to this gap fill. You have to wonder if they crack that prior day low on a closing basis, SPY is going to drill, guys. It certainly has RSP is certainly weak enough. What we need to see structurally is for Amazon and Nvidia start giving up some gains. If those two big behemoths start to sell off, SPY will crack that PDL level. But 43% gain on those 680 SPY puts. Bitcoin getting fucking liquidated here, guys. Holy smokes. Look at Bitcoin just getting dummied here. Wow. Down sharply. This is looking real nasty now, guys. BTC triggering a bit of a head and shoulders on the daily chart. Obviously, the pattern hasn't closed yet, but look at this nastiness. Bitcoin is just getting wrecked right now. I mean, we're coming down into some critical levels. You're going to be breaching 100K here very soon. Like, wow. What is happening in the tape right now? That is just nasty. That is just filthy. Mm, wow. Nvidia is still a beast here, guys. It's barely even moving. Just staying so firm right now. It's pretty incredible to witness, actually. Pretty incredible. Your SOXX is still slightly green, but also seeing some heavy sell side pressure on your semis. But Nvidia, this is going to be the next shoe to drop, guys. We will see if they want to take Nvidia down. QQQ still positive on the session after that hard initial sell. Really hard. Craziness. Are they finally going to take our socks down or what? That's kind of what we're also waiting for. Socks has this very interesting pattern that tried breaking down on the 10-minute chart and they popped it back up. So really your new neckline is there is a potential head and shoulders building, but it has not triggered. This ETF is the master at trapping bears, I swear. It's freaking even got some of my money trapped still. Anyways, Amazon still coming a little bit lower. Google trying to press here in the very near term. Solar stock still getting some strength. Wow, Webull just sucks. Webull just sucks. Ondas now down almost 10%. Good to see. Still acting extremely well, guys. Google trying to press for another high of day. Google is just full beast mode, guys. Can't stop, won't stop on Google. Russell 2000 now down 1.37%. Look at Google. How's Meta doing right now? Meta's trying to bounce off of its prior day low at Russell 2000. Also trying to bounce. S&P catching a nice bid. Dollar's still trying to punch through the highs. Nat gas up 1.5. Gold still testing 4,012. 10-year yield up 0.64. 2-year yield up 0.4. VIX UVXY up 2.17. Dow Jones Industrial Average getting smoked today, down 0.75%. Netflix has really sold off. That's down 1.5. Wow, look at financials too, guys, making full-on bearish reversals now. JP Morgan getting slapped around, down 1%. Nasty move on financials. I think you got to be paying very close attention to financials here, guys, in the over the next at least month. You got to pay very close attention. Yeah, that stock heat map is looking disgusting. Disgusting. I don't even have to look at it, but I see the amount of red on my screens across my list here is pretty incredible. And they're just a handful of megas and individuals that are holding things up. Like you got Amazon, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Meta, Tesla, green. So your mags are once again disguising the selling. But again, guys, with monetary policy changing, there was a lot of things that were said in that last FOMC meeting, a lot of important things relating to the short-term funding markets. So you got to be aware of financials. KRE and XLF, be very them. Structure in the market is changing quickly. Monetary policy structure. GBTS, just a beast. To the downside. Rigetti, this looks like one nasty little bear flag, guys, on Rigetti. I mean, if this turns out to be a bear flag on RGTI, look at this down move, guys. 1877. If this is a bear flag. That would be a gift. I would like that, and that would be back to kind of its mean trend, right? It would negate this whole bubble move. I wouldn't mind seeing that, to be honest. I would not mind seeing that. Let's do a check on NUAI. Is it holding steady? Yeah, still in full beast mode, guys. Iron, IREN, coming in from the highs. Cypher mining. Big bounce on your S&P. That's why we took some profits into that zone there, guys. You still have structurally bullish daily chart levels in play on the S&P 500. That's crazy. Cypher mining coming in. That's crazy. All right, guys. So again, we took some profits on our 680 SPY puts for tomorrow. Stop loss was tagged. My next shortable level on the S&P 500, guys, is right at this 683.10. 683.10 into this 10-minute EMA value area low. Actually, sorry, that's your value area high. That's where I think you could get another push to before we see another down move. But wow. Drone stocks are getting clobbered here. Absolutely clobbered. ONDS down 9.16%. Look at this ONDAS, guys. We're finally in profit on our short trade. Up almost 10% on the common shares short. So big, incredible bounce in the S&P 500. This just shows you how resilient our market is. Big bounce on the IWM. Again, there's an aggressive short level off this 683 Pierce, guys. There is an aggressive short level, 683 Pierce. But they're bouncing us quite nicely. Nice bounce. Amazon's still pushing to the upside here. Nvidia is still above its prior day high. Very strong bid back up in the market, guys. Very nice bounce occurring. See how the IWM's broken a key structural trend line here? This is kind of your retest, your back test of a upsloping trend line as well as a prior day low. So this is a big area for the IWM. If it can recapture it, it can keep grinding higher, but if we get rejected off of this area, we're going to still revisit this range down here, 241.60-ish, 241.50-ish. Big area. UBTS now down 10%, guys. Wow. Incredible. Archer Aviation, guys, there's a bit of a day trade scalp long on Archer. I'm watching it. It's coming in sharply. I have a nice high probable level that I would consider scalping long on Archer. Nice little slap of rejection there on the markets. Archer now down 8 almost 9%. Wow. Come on down, Archer. Come on down. We're still seeing some heaviness in the market. Market is still chopping around. Still have structurally bullish price action in your semis. Nvidia once again seeing some selling off of its prior day high. Not a bad area to try to short your S&P 500 with your stop loss being this wick high. I'm personally waiting till the 683 tap, but there is an aggressive level. First Solar's gone negative. DataVolt's still up 4%, holding technical resiliency. JP Morgan still near the lows. Let's look at Wells Fargo and some of these other banks here. Wells Fargo still pretty weak on this session, making a new high, selling in from the high. Bank of America, that's coming in. Let's look at Citigroup real quick. Citigroup is also still pretty weak on the session. Come on, SPY, give me a little bit more of a bounce. Nice breakout today on RRC, guys, Range Resources. Very good move. A direct nat gas equity play. Ripping into that gap fill. So Range Resources looking like it could trend until at least that Thursday time frame when we get nat gas equities. Okay, so now SPY is in a bit of a chop fest, guys. We've caught in two nice directional moves on SPY. We caught a long, we caught a short, and now we wait. We're in a holding pattern. It does look like we can go lower based off of NVIDIA getting rejected and Google. So just keep that in mind. Now you have NVIDIA starting to see a little bit more selling. Still off of its low of day, but definitely coming in a little bit. Nat gas still trying to show some bullish structure off of its prior day high, up 1.71%. Again, nat gas is into this weekly squeeze, guys. If you can start to get some larger time frame closes above this weekly high pivot from June, this nat gas could go through a big short covering squeeze. Very, very big. You know, you're just on the precipice of starting a massive short squeeze. Anonymous saying Fed Goolsby nervous about the inflation side of the ledger. Yeah, that's exactly what Powell has expressed, right? 3% on the inflation number, and that's why you look at what happened, right? U.S. two-year yield, the rates have been cut, but the two-year yield is bouncing. So what that does, guys, is one thing you have to remember. Right? This is a bit of a little bit of a teaching point, macroeconomic. Every single time the two-year yield gets closer to the Fed fund rate, that puts the Federal Reserve board members, it puts them in a corner, backs them into a corner. What happens when the Fed members are backed into a corner? They have to start coming out swinging. And how do they swing? They come out with hawkish rhetoric. Their rhetoric is the only thing that can influence markets. The Federal Reserve, literally Powell said it himself. His quote was, "When there's fog, we can't see, so we slow down." Like, what the fuck does that mean? That means the Fed knows nothing. They literally can't see. And why can't they see? Because all of the government employment data has been stopped since late September. So, going back to my original point, every time the bond market presses the two-year yield closer to the Fed fund rate, that doesn't give the Fed much maneuverability. So they want the gap from the Fed fund rate and the two-year yield to be as far as possible. As far as possible. And take into account, when was the rate cut? We got it on, was it Tuesday that we got the cut? No, it was here, sorry, Wednesday. We got the Fed cut, right? So just keep in mind, the Fed fund rate was all the way up here, around 4.25 before this recent cut. And, you know, the distance between the two and the Fed was about 21%, 22% before that Fed rate cut. Now the Fed rate cut is all the way down here at 4%, the range. Let me just make that even. And you can see the distance, it's went from 22% now down to 11. So it's been chopped in half. So what does that mean? That means Fed members have to come out a little bit hawkish. Hawkish. And if this breaks out, guys, if this little bull flag forms and breaks out to the high side, then that's going to narrow the range even more. Now, most people think that the stock market can't rally when interest rates are going up. The markets can still rally when the two-year yield's going up. You just got to watch for tape bombs. That's what the Fed, when those Fed members get a little bit backed into a corner, which is what the bond market is almost trying to do, there's going to be tape bomb announcements where you'll see, boom, a big drop or a big pop. But two-year yield can still, if the two-year yield's pushing up, the market can still rally. You're just getting a little bit of a revaluation in your small caps, hence why they're the weakest over the last few sessions. But again, on the larger time frame, guys, the market is still holding up a-okay. Let's look at this SPX larger time frame. We've barely sold off from the highs. All right, you've hit some trendline confluence resistance, and now it seems to me that the market is trying to consolidate and build a base to move higher. Yeah, a base to move higher. It's just remarkable price action, right? You're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. You know, one could argue that you now have a new wedge pattern on your S&P 500, and that's all you do. You just simply extend the wedge out. Now the wedge is, it was much, much tighter. Now it's a little bit larger. And could you sell down to the low end of the range? Yep, you could. Is there likely going to be a buy program off that range? Absolutely, probably. Let's see where we are at for the 7-day moving average. Yeah, look at the SPX, guys. Just trading slightly below that 7 MA. For over the last 3 days, it looks like you've been putting in a bear flag to go lower. I would not be surprised to see a sell down to this lower range, even your 20-day moving average, but we'll see. We'll see what we get here. Push in the equity market. Really nice push. You got Google curling down, Amazon curling down, Nvidia acting quite well. Trying to push here to the upside. Again, this 683.16, 683.10 is an aggressive day trading scalp area, guys. It's a very aggressive day trading scalp area. I might consider some puts off of that, some 0 DTEs. Probably going to look at 681 SPY puts, 0 DTEs. Off of that area, IWM's trying to recapture some key levels here. Down, slightly faded here. QBTS still down 10%, guys. 10% on the session. Apple still curling down. One of the reasons you're getting a nice bounce here in the market is the dollar's actually coming in pretty sharply. Dixie getting faded a little bit. Bitcoin's still under a lot of pressure. It's trying to press a little bit more now, guys. Your big behemoth. Amazon curling down. S&P still pushing. So now you're forming a little bit of a wedge pattern, guys, on SPY. You can see SPY is chopping between this lower boundary wedge and this upper boundary wedge. So it's a pretty big range. Again, 683 10 area is an aggressive short area, guys. It's very aggressive. If you're wanting to take some quick scalp shorts on SPY, it's not a bad area. I'm going to look at some 681 0 DTEs at a pierce of this 10-minute EMA value area high. Amazon seeing a little bit more weakness. Dollar losing its prior day high. That could give a little bit of an extra boost to the market. Nvidia is still holding technical strength. Micron, Western Digital, still green. Apple's looking a little bit more bearish. Amazon's looking like it could be a bit vulnerable to some downside. Keeps running into quite a bit of selling off of its earnings high spike. So the high in its pre-market off of its earnings reports, that seems to be the resistance for Amazon right now. Now the market is still setting up here for, I believe, a little bit of a down move. But you're definitely getting a decent bounce. Look at this resistance level. Earnings high spike, guys. You keep getting sold into on Amazon here. IWM back above its prior day low, which is technically a bullish recapture. AMD's turned back to the green side. Archer Aviation's, guys, getting into an interesting area. It's approaching. A bit of an attempt at a long for Archer, guys. Not a bad area coming into play. ACHR. I might just go in with some common stock. All right, so now they're burning theta. All right, we got Apple and Google selling, guys. IWM still trying to bounce. Nvidia keeps running into that same prior day high seller, guys. So the market is in for a little bit of another down leg, I think, with Google, Apple, and Nvidia starting to see some selling. You can see that there's a seller up here just sitting on Nvidia, not letting it break out. Again, Nvidia has still held the majority of its gap up this morning, whereas you look at the divergence in SPY, huge gap up on SPY and a magnificent crack to the downside. We look at the QQQ, and the QQQ is looking a little bit fragile here as well. But it really comes down to what the heck is Nvidia going to do? This 5 trillion behemoth is holding things up right now yet again. You can see Google now seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, potentially a failed breakout here on Google, guys. I'm observing a high of day failed liquidity sweep. Makes me think that there's a chance we can go down to the lows of the day. So it does look like Google has had a bit of a failure intraday. Looking at Amazon now. Amazon still just trading sideways. If Amazon loses the low of day here, really, I mean, prior day high is kind of your next area. Micron is still in full beast mode right now. AMD has had a nice initial morning sell and then a bounce with the market. Let's look at Broadcom here. AVGO. Yeah, Broadcom's also very, very weak on the session. Let's look at Taiwan Semi, TSM. Taiwan Semi looking pretty constructive intraday. That's actually looking very healthy. Very bullish. TSM setting up for another high spike. Wow, that's looking pretty decent. I know On Semiconductor has earnings today. Look at that reversal. Boom. That's a nice reversal back to the high side. Going from negative to positive. Microsoft right now is still slightly green, up 0.31, but also looking a little bit vulnerable intraday. Whoops. Interesting. Tessie has been holding the majority of its gains. That's looking pretty decent, consolidating at the highs. Netflix has been bearish, back under 1100, coming in very, very sharply. Look at that gap and crack on Netflix. Kind of trading, I guess, with the Fubo complex. Streaming. Wow, what a nasty sell on Fubo. That is just filthy. And again, Apple, guys, still looking. Apple's got a short setup here on the 10-minute chart, guys. You lose this 10-minute impulse candle bar, and Apple's going to give us new lows. So again, Apple's looking structurally bearish right now. A loss of this 10-minute candle, and Apple's going to give us a new low. Potentially even a flush down to 264. So Apple's setting up for a structural continuation move down. Quite interesting on Apple there, guys. Bit of a bear flag. It's already down 1.2. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, Apple's looking nasty. Let's see Meta again. Meta's just chopping around. Meta's also got a bit of a 10-minute bear flag forming. That's nasty. That could easily knife us through that liquidity. I still think that Meta needs to at least target this weekly bar. And then after that, really it leaves you this area down here. I saw a lot of people on FinTwit buying Meta on this initial dip, just accumulating, backing up the truck because of CapEx, a higher CapEx spending report saying, oh, the fundamentals are still good, which leads me to think that they want to drip Meta a little bit more. It's tempting down here. I do like Meta still, but gonna give it maybe a couple more days. I would love to see it come into this 1-year moving average. That's at 618. Ideally, you still have quite a few gaps down below. I'd love to see it at least fill this previous consolidation gap, but Meta's definitely on watch, guys, for a bit of an upside play into, I think leaps make sense on Meta. All right, big bounce on your Russell 2000, guys. Your IWM is seeing a fat bid to the upside right now. Very, very strong move. Data Vault, guys, is almost into that first area. I was still watching on my other screen here, and I was tempted to scoop some up just on that little bit of a dip into that 201, but I'm looking for, our previous average on Data Vault before we locked in 10% was down here at $1.96. So I wouldn't mind starting to accumulate back into that area again. I'd love to see this go back below 2 again. Love to see it, guys. That would be beautiful to see. So still waiting on DVLT. All right, Apple's still looking somewhat very bearish. It's testing that 10-minute impulse green candle bar. You lose that and Apple is going night-night, guys. It's going to take a sleeping pill and it's going to be falling hard. All right, SPY is just chopping here, not doing too much. Chop, chop. I was really hoping for a straight shot move into the 683.10 area. I don't know about it now because we're taking so long and actually seeing a bit of consolidation. I don't like the area as much. I still think it's a good area, but it's kind of in the center of the range now and you're taking a little bit longer to get into that area. I was hoping that it would punch through right into that 11 o'clock time frame. Just don't know. Still think it can work. The problem is your VIX and Dixie have been faded. Let's see what happens here. Again, guys, I'll stay on this live stream here for a few more minutes. I have to do a bit of research regarding a couple stocks. Need to do some research on the November stock pick. We're into November now, but I will be releasing another November stock pick. So I like to do the research. I'll keep the member live stream on Telegram going. And then I'll be back for Power Hour on YouTube. It's breaking down, guys. Apple's losing that 10-minute candle. Apple's testing that 10-minute liquidity demand there. It's looking heavy. Again, that's a big area for Apple. It's going to take the S&P with it if it loses this vicinity. Looking somewhat bearish. Definitely is. We're still trying to defend it here. Nvidia trying to press back above its prior day high. So now Nvidia is looking a little bit better. They're pushing Nvidia up. Google's getting a bid. Amazon catching another bid. Excuse me. Sure, aviation is getting destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Man, that is just nasty. That is nasty. Archer is interesting down here, though. Wow. A nice sell-off into its earnings. It's so tempting to take some Lotto's Thursday, November 6th earnings. Again, this is a pre-rev company. What they love to do with these eVTOL stocks, guys, is they like to sell them off into earnings, get people lured in, and then they crush them on earnings in the after hours, big spike down, and then they buy it up in the after hours just to do a massive liquidity sweep. It's even tempting me though. For a day trade, it's coming into a big area here on Archer, guys. A big area here on Archer. Weekly 50 is sitting at 966. You have violated some key You've pierced the daily chart 50 MA on Archer like a hot knife through butter. Apple's losing steam. S&P losing steam here. Way down she goes. Ooh, go. IWM still down 0.87. SPY back to the negative side. Bitcoin still down 4%. Look at natural gas, guys. Holy moly. UNG is probably seeing some crazy volume. UNG is just ripping. Absolutely ripping to the high side. Nat gas is entering short squeeze mode. They are going to cook some shorts this week, guys, in nat gas. Holy moly. Short squeeze mode is back in effect. Weekly squeeze is in effect, guys. And whenever you see these when you see these sharp sell-offs and then big bounces, that is shorts hovering. We are in a full squeeze mode on nat gas. I mean, KOLD, you want to be careful with KOLD. It looks like 2860 is your target on cold. Wow. Just be very, very careful. Those are gonna get cooked. Nvidia is still holding things steady here, guys. Nvidia is holding the market and pushing. Google, ripping. Apple, nasty. Looking like a dog. But still holding that 10-minute candle. Look how important that 10-minute candle is. This is reminding me of that Friday meta trade that we crushed. If I look back on the chart, where was it here? Yeah, it was this similar move here, guys, where actually I believe it might have been a 5-minute. Yeah, it was a very similar move on Apple. This 10-minute candle here, where it lost it, had an impulse move down, then a big liquidity grab to the upside, and then it just melted. But nastiness. Oof. Data Vault hitting a level, guys. DVLT is hitting a level. Temptation is real. The temptation is real. Look at that sub $2 yet again. Wow. Look at them liquidating Data Vault, guys. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Wow. I like it. We can't believe we're doing a full round trip. We're almost back at our average price, guys. S&P looking a little bit better. We are starting to see it push here. Look at Archer as well, guys. Archer's hitting a big support zone. There is a massive volume shelf on the weekly and daily chart that Archer's retesting here, along with an EMA 113. I was looking for a move into this 1004 area, but Archer's not looking bad here, guys. ACHR for an upside day trade swing, not looking bad at all. It's looking pretty good. Looking really good, actually. Massive volume shelf. Apple defending, Google ripping, Nvidia trying to rip, IWM Inspire trying to rip as well. IWM still trying to hold steady here. Guys, I'm going to take my research break, lunch break. I will be back for power hour unless something drastic happens. Um, but nice little couple SPY trades today. I did send out a couple new alerts to the options group and the live trading group. So we'll see how those play out. But again, the market is in a weird little environment here where we're now kind of in no man's land, chopping between the center point of a high range wedge pattern and low range wedge. The market structurally is set up for bearish price action today, given how weak RSP is. So you really want to watch the relative strength in the market. There's a lot of selling happening under the hood of this market today. Quite a bit of selling. The majority of your sectors are red. You only have two sectors green. XLY, so consumer discretionary through strength from Tesla and Amazon, and XLK being propped up by Nvidia, Amazon, Microsoft slightly, Google, Meta. You know, what's interesting is the XLC ETF is so heavily skewed in favor of Meta and Google. Meta and Google right now are green, but XLC communication basket is still down 1%. We're talking about two stocks with more than 40% of the basket weighting in communications, and communications is still red, down 1% despite Google and Meta green. So that's quite fascinating to me. But again, as long as Nvidia remains steady and Amazon remains steady, this market could stay pretty firm. We got some big boy companies that are holding things steady. All right, guys, I'll be back for power hour unless something happens. We do have the Apple breaking structure here, guys, looking like that H pattern bear flag is about to play out. It's really hindering the S&P 500. You have the energy complex trying to push even higher with crude oil now starting to rally. That's likely going to force an underlying bid in the US dollar. Gold has actually now lost the 4K level. So simultaneously, gold was showing a little bit of strength and now it has gone negative on the sessions. So look for the dollar to potentially try to formulate a bounce, but even gold is doing a good old-fashioned gap and crack, potentially trying to trigger a little bit of a double top M top formation intraday. Again, gold technically is testing that weekly demand. This weekly candle low is a big area for gold. You lose that and it's a full-fledged short on gold again, going down for its another down leg. So gold not doing too well right now, still just chopping around. You lose this 39.96 area and it's a short on gold down. The heads up, guys, we have Archer Aviation here ripping. Again, Archer Aviation defending that massive volume shelf, still down 8.1%, but bouncing off of an EMA 113, your daily chart 50 moving average, big point of control zone, oversold. This one could be in for a little bit of a trender for the rest of the day, providing the IWM SPY stays somewhat firm here, but looking quite well on Archer Aviation. Come on, bounce it into that 1050. Beautiful to see our Archer Aviation 1050 calls are already green. I repeat, our Archer Aviation 1050 calls are in the money. Nice to see that trade working out so quickly. Really, really good to see. The spread is starting to blow out a little bit, so just be cautious about that. Really good move on Archer. Hey guys, I'm just working out an earnings play here for PLTR. PLTR earnings is the big one after the bell. So kind of curious to see what happens here. I've been saying they'll gap up Palantir. Yeah, there's a strong potential for that for sure. There is a strong potential for that. Just because. Anyone taking any lottos? I'm thinking about selling the 170 puts. I'm thinking about selling them, which is a bullish bet. Trying to capture some premium. But anybody in anything for Palantir? You're gonna take puts? So I was thinking of selling puts, which is a bullish bet, trying to capture some of that premium, kind of like what we did on First Solar. I'm not expecting you'll buy the puts, all or calls. Yeah, it's a bullish stock. I mean, technically, you've put in a nice flag pattern here. I mean, what scares me is the fact that there's still this channel that we can hit up here. But, 170, that would be a pretty big drop. Pretty much by the end of the week, as long as it stays above 170, we would make money. If it goes below 170, I get destroyed, though. That's why it would be best to hedge it. And that's what I'm trying to work out right now. IV's pretty intense right now. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Is Palantir an expensive stock? Abso-freaking-lutely. Can it get more expensive? Abso-freaking-lutely. Does it have the cult following behind it? Yep, it does. On COM, ticker COMM. Let's take a peek. Yeah, looking like a little bit of a reversal. I'm pretty sure that's an island top reversal. Let me just double check. It's not a pattern I trade off of. It's a pretty bearish reversal so far on COM on earnings. That is a little bit of a failed breakout, it looks like. Again, I mean, the big level to watch is sort of this green bar. You lose that, you're going down to 1290. But it's looking like a bit of a failed breakout here. Definitely is. I'd be cautious with this pattern here. I mean, if you're wanting to trade on the long side, just keep your stop tight to this 15, this low candle here. Any sort of close below that, you would likely need to get out of the trade. Looking like a very dangerous pattern there. Very dangerous. Yeah, that weekly RSI starting to dip. You'll have bounces along the way, but definitely a tough little resistance zone. Just want to see something here. Yeah, this could backtest all the way back down to here. That could be very easily. Just be cautious. That's all I can say. What puts you thinking, Sarf, for Palantir? How deep are you going? I think the expected move is plus or minus 10%, which is pretty beast mode. I mean, that's a big move. You know, you've had 3 weeks up in a row. 180s? Let's see what those are at. I was actually looking at selling the 170 puts and buying the 180s as a hedge. Funny. So I was looking at selling the 170 puts around that 79, 78 cents, capturing some premium. And then as a hedge, I was looking at buying the 180 put. Only problem, if Palantir went below 170, I'd get wrecked. I would get wrecked. Imagine they just chop it nowhere. That would be the ultimate destruction, is if they just chopped Palantir. If they held it like literally here between 204 to 206, unlikely it's going to happen, but that would be the ultimate destruction. $180 put November 7th at buck 76. Put LTR. Looks bullish. Yeah, ANET can still push a little bit higher. Chart pattern is not looking bad at all. You've been kind of kept in check by this second deviation band here. Cabin's saying, oh, you were asking about ANET? Yeah, ANET for long earnings tomorrow. Yeah, bullish call flow. 4 million call sweeps on the 162.50 calls for November 21st. Let's look at that. ANET. Maybe we tail that. November 21st, 162.50s. 4 million call flow. 8.7 for one contract. You picked the top anonymous, I swear. I don't know what the hell happened. The market makers are literally out to get you. You covered at the highs, didn't you? Oh my goodness. Look at that. They just know your portfolio. That's crazy. Yeah, but ANET is looking fairly bullish here, guys. How has the ANET complex? So sympathy stocks again for ANET include cloud networking, data centers, AI-driven hardware. So names like Cisco, Juniper, Broadcom, AVGO, NVIDIA, uh, Extreme Networks. Let's look at them here. ANET strength is tied to hyperscale spending, Meta, Microsoft, Google. So did Meta, I'm pretty sure they announced a crazy amount of CapEx around hyperscaling. Let me just see what Meta announced. Because ANET could react just based off of the pure CapEx hyperscaling spending from Meta, Microsoft, Google. Let me see what they announced. How much CapEx spending did Google and Meta announce for hyperscaling? Holy shit, so okay. So Meta initially announced 60 to 65 billion capex spending in 2025. Then it was later revised to 64 to 72 billion, so an upward revision. Then Google initially guided 75 billion, and they raised it to 85 billion, and they further raised it to 91 to 93 billion. So they've continuously been raising their capex guidance, which should be a very beneficial thing for ANET. Nvidia is actually selling off here. Sorry for saying hims. I am bullish as well on puts. Okay, so Sarfers is doing a little bit of a counter trend, going against the grain. I like it. I like it. Take it easy, Sarf. See you later. Quite a bit of a, it's been quite a bit of hedge fund selling in ANET, surprisingly. This is asking for a 242 IWM put, 1 week out. Yeah, it works out well. IWM 242 put. I don't mind that at all. Do not mind that at all. So if we look at Cisco's initial reaction, which is kind of sympathy to ANET, Cisco reported earnings here and it actually gapped down on earnings and it's been grinding higher ever since. It did do a double beat. Their networking segment, which is more analogous to versus main business, saw revenue decline. Okay. AI infrastructure orders are a growth driver for Cisco. Yep. Full year revenue. Saying if I were to move to the US, where would you want to live? Probably probably somewhere in Florida, Miami. Yep, probably Florida for sure. All Canadians answer the same. Yeah, a lot of Canadians escape for the winter and go down there. You know. Warmer weather. Snow's coming. Trust me, this weekend I was winterizing my house, some of the toys, putting stuff away, prepping for the winter, and it ain't fun. You gotta buckle in. It's nasty. It's fun if you snowmobile and ski-doo, and ski and snowboarding. That stuff's fun, outdoor activities. But when it's like minus 30, I mean, hell no. Doesn't get that cold that often. It's more like minus 10, minus 15. But outdoor activities are pretty fun. Yeah, honestly, guys, I was looking at these earnings plays and I'm just undecided right now. I mean, we've got some call sweeps. A couple of you guys have called out. Um, Anonymous, are you actually in the 242 IWM put? Because that's a bit scary. If you're in it, fuck, I might have to get out. I entered the 243 IWM put. Now that you're in it, I'm looking at maybe getting out. Jeepers. Stay away. Yeah. I entered it, what time did I send that alert out? Yeah, a couple hours ago. You're scaring me though. And again, I did take profits with our member trade on the Archer 1050 calls. That was a nice little bounce we caught. All out of those Archer calls. Supposed to be bearish flow. Yeah, that makes sense for Archer or for IWM to have bearish flow. You think about it from a logical standpoint, rates are bouncing, things are pressing up here. Big Bear AI having a hard day today. Nastiness. Nasty day for BBAI. Let's look at this DNN. It's a tough sector. I mean, you look at the companies that ANET is competing with: Dell, STX, Cisco, Western Digital. The complex has been strong though. That freaking look at Western Digital, guys. I mean, this whole entire complex has just been insane. ESTG, SMCI somewhat, but that's a lagger. Yeah, we're happy to have you on board there. It's your call, man. It's your call. Caleb wanting to look at SGML. Sure thing, Caleb. Yeah, this is gonna bust through the lows. Not a good, not a good chart. I mean, it really needs earnings to save it, but it looks like they're busting these lithium stocks. Again, you look at the lithium complex, guys, and if these trade talks with China are positive, which is what Trump has been touting, and they're gonna be buying our soy and we're gonna be buying their earth and so on and so forth, and we allow chips, these stocks are gonna cave. This is really comes down to Trump and this US and China. And there's no real technical edge when you're doing that. These stocks are looking filthy. Absolutely dirty. So I would avoid lithium right now. They've had kind of their blow off move. This SGML, I mean, looks really, really nasty. It hasn't even had a good move, but it looks like it's going to go back down to the lows. And it looks like it's sub $4. I would consider it maybe at this falling wedge here, so that could put it around $3. And it's a falling target, so yeah, it's looking nasty. Earnings needs to save it here, or else it's cooked. Or else it's cooked. It's looking real nasty. Yeah, I would avoid SGML. Don't touch that. It's tempting, because you're kind of oversold. Other lithium stocks have sold off, but look at that volume. That's a bearish candle. 12.7 mil on volume, selling off after it tried breaking out. Damn. I don't know if there was news. Is that a debt offering candle? Did they announce news? But that's looking filthy. I don't even know what the news is, which makes it even worse. If that's not a news breakdown and it's just a pure technical sell, that's nasty. I mean, it looks tempting. You're getting a V-shaped, but I would personally avoid that. Not a good chart. Wouldn't be surprised to see it gap down tomorrow. That's for sure. Oh, all right. What else we got going on? So the markets are coming in a little bit here. You're seeing a little bit of capital rotating in and outward, trying to find some homes. Data Volt's been weak. Archer still down. Bitcoin and crypto, they're trying to find a little bit of legs here, but Nat Gas has just been a monster. Let's do a quick calculation here. I'm still trying to suss out a Palantir trade. I was thinking about selling puts, but now I'm undecided. Let's go. What if I just buy commons, sell on a pop-up in the after hours, hedge that with a put? Let's see what if we can catch. No problem, Caleb. You're welcome. SOC getting hammered? SOC, Sable Offshore Corp. Let's take a peek. Appreciate you guys calling out tickers too when there's news or something like that. Yeah, that is looking capitulatory. It looks like it needs one more gap down tomorrow. That would be a beautiful 3-bar surge on the daily. Wow. Yeah, that's just getting absolutely killed. There's really no support here other than catching a falling knife, guys, and trying to bottom pick something. This stock is cooked. I mean, you have these big falls and then monster gap ups. Big fall is huge bid. Like that was a 14, that was a 22, that was an 18. So it's tempting. They're super enticing, but I don't even know what this company does. Some sort of offshore, probably energy name. Energy Minerals, Integrated Oil. Yeah, it's losing that billion market cap. So now it's starting to get a little bit thinner in terms of market cap, which means big boys are going to have to exit. Jeez, just in 2 days, that's wow. Wow, 45% in 2 days. Something nasty is going on there. I don't even know what the news is, but there must be some sort of news. Sable Offshore shares sink as court plans to reject damage claims over pipeline. Oof. So that's a straight out of pocket loss to whatever the heck happened with their pipeline. Nasty, 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 nasty. I mean, we'll see, right? There's a bunch of tech stocks after hours, so Palantir, ANET, they could help the QQQs. So I'd put money that they gap up and help the Qs. But we'll see. All right, what do we got? 9 minutes. All right, I want to do a quick calculation on this Palantir. If I buy 195 put, would that hedge my common shares? If I went in with commons, catch a bit of a pop, sell in the after hours. Let's see here. All right, 195 put. Calculate that. So tomorrow, November 4th, 195 put, that would be up that. $195 put is about a 5.5% fall. So that would, see if I went in a couple grand, let's just say we popped up here. So 206.68. IV is so high on Palantir right now too. It's crazy. Craziness. Thanks for that, Peter. Appreciate that. Amazon taking on the chin here into the close. That's seeing some pretty hard selling. Guys, I took Palantir into earnings, kind of playing both sides of the trade. So I'm looking for a move up, initial move up, and then I'm looking for that move to get faded. But I've taken two sides. I've taken some put options into the November 14th period, but some call options for the end of week. So let's play ball. Hopefully we get a move up and then a big move down. Again, everything is sized for loss. If you're playing earnings, guys, sized for 0. Please and thanks. Not really worth full porting your portfolio. You'll likely regret it if you did. Palantir is likely going to beat, guys. Too much capex spending out there for it to not beat. So the question is, how's the reaction going to take place? How is the reaction going to be? That is the question. So, what do we got? A few minutes, 2 minutes till the close here. 2 minutes till the close. You've got Palantir, HIMS, Grab, NVTS, guys. You got some. Oh, Pony AI report. I didn't even realize that. Interesting. So Palantir, HIMS, Grab, NVTS, UUUU, Vertex, Fang, Assignment Properties. What time is PLTR? PLTR is at 4:05. 4:05. Grab, ticker GRAB. That's an interesting one. I've been trying to build into a position. I hope it drops so that I can get long. And guys, Grab, I think if this drops, it'll be a nice buying opportunity for us. Likely going to press to the upside. Has triggered a very, very large weekly chart bullish formation that gives you 750 target, but I pray Grab drops so that we can get an entry. Again, be ready for an alert after hours if Grab drops, guys, into this sub $6. I would consider starting and building into a long position, okay? So just a heads up. That is set to report. All right, guys, great job trading SPY today and Archer. Those were some of our big winners on the session. Two nice SPY trades. We also caught a nice Archer long. We did lose on one SPY trade, but nevertheless, it was a mitigated tiny stop, hit our stop loss. But thank you all for tuning in, guys, and we will see you all tomorrow. Good luck if you're playing earnings. Good luck. Let's see what Mr. Grab does here. Grab yourself some popcorn. ATS, Vertex, Fang. Come on, Grab. You're supposed to be right away. You're supposed to be right away. Grab, grab, grab. Cortera. Corvo QRVO also reporting. Interesting. GT Goodyear Tire. SBAC reporting. Hull X reporting. I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you all. We'll see you a bit later. Cheers.